Good morning everyone, afternoon. I've got about 5 minutes before Eurex. Um, open equities bid overnight. Just a quick rundown of what's happening. We had basically yen futures trade from a high and they're sitting on their lows, so it's a little bit of risk on. We had some issues yesterday with Ukraine and Russia, some problems there, so we just keep that in mind. Hi Benny, hi Don, Rhoda. Hi Dan, just make sure you're in the right room. I think you're in the jigsaw room, not the live trading. Hi Martz, Terence. I'll pull the disclaimer screen down, we'll just have a look. Got the bund. We're looking at a gap up in the Euro stocks. It's looking like a 30.66. Yesterday's close of 30.53. So we've got a decent gap up there, but it's following the ES. High flow. So this session is also recorded. We'll just keep doing these for the first few weeks. Hi Mark. You see in the bund here we had a very runaway profile. We'll go screen 2 for the Euro stocks open. We've got a few minutes. So we're going to open 67 thereabouts. If you look at the ES, what's going through at the moment is there's decent size still hitting the offer in terms of buyers hitting the offer. So they're just paying up there as the ES rolls higher. In terms of what's on today, we've got the CPIs, that's at 9 GMT. This is pretty big data. The Swiss is not going to trouble us, and we've got the 10-year bond option bund. We've got some pound data, and we've also in the US session we've got building permits, housing starts and industrial production. Also we've got Yellen speaking and the beige book later on in the day for anyone doing the US session. So that's what we have today. Yeah, you can. It's pretty flexible, Marts. There's our gap up in the stocks. It's pretty flexible. The OEC, I have 3 27-inch screens and I have charts and DOMs everywhere. You can pull or undock charts and windows, so it's very flexible in terms of what you can do. And like I said, I'm looking at the stocks on one screen, ES on another, the bund on another, and then I've got loose charts of euros and yen. So it's really good that way. Hi Johnny. So we've got the open there. In the bun now. So we just let this trade for a bit. Like I said, I do this for a reason, just to try and get a story happening. I'll swing over to the bund. I'll have a look at that. Decent selling, no buying. So on the slide, not something you can have a crack at fading. Just clean this. We've got 35. But this looks like definitely a bit of risk on. Equities up, bonds off. 339. This has dried up a bit. 1164. In terms of skew, so it's a light skew under market, so it's a bit heavier under 5642s. In terms of limit, it's pretty clean. There's something at 25. It's a little bit heavier. It's well off market. There's nothing sell side in the book. Bit of two-way volume coming in here. Spread. So we've had a gap up in the Euro stocks, trading 30.74. So basically those highs. If you look at the ES, it's kind of locking up at the top there. It's blocking out, trading 47 even, the ES. Don. Basically, yeah, think of them, they're going the same way. So if you start to see the yen bid, it might give you a lead on the bund that it'll start to go bid. They usually, if overnight you've had the yen massively sold off, you probably have pressure on the bund to the downside. Vice versa, yen futures, not spot, the actual yen and the 6J. Oh, you've got that written down there, 6J. Yep. Some people confuse that with the spot. I just talk as in the actual currency itself. So yep, 6J, if that's up overnight, then it's likely to help the bund as well, or give support to the bund. It's just it's like a risk off, instrument flight to safety, I guess, the words they use. So I don't know if that clears it up. Yeah, that's good. Okay. Same with the euro. You usually get, and the Aussie and currencies like that. Not that I look at them, I just have the euro futures up. But usually if things are great, you'll have equities up, and most of the time buying high yielding currencies. They'll be selling bonds and yens, francs, any of those risk-off instruments. Still decent volume going through in the bund. Just watching this out. 6, 7, so we're following skew. Like I said, it can give you a heads up. If you see a decent skew, most times it kind of wants to get there in the end. It'll go towards the skew. 25s, 26s are reasonably heavy. 6 and 7s. Not doing any size on the tick backs. So definitely seller's gain here. Not one of the things I jump straight in. If I see suddenly selling, well, I jump straight in. Probably wasn't a bad trade off this 35 ledge. I mean, you're doing 31s now if you've got a 34, but I usually like to let this play out till London so we can get some size and I can see decent skew. It's kind of fine, but it's there. There's 1,000. I'm just going to clear this in center. Stocks are out the Euro stocks is out the top of the highs at 75, so that's still bid and doing reasonable size too as it moves through. Following the ES, there was a decent long block trade on tilt on the ES. If you have a look at that, the methods that I use going with tilt on leg, you could have got 47, 47 quarter. Like I said, I'm missing a lot of these trade setups, but you guys are probably more tuned in because you're not worrying about other things other than just doing this. So at the moment, you're kind of running into market analysis. That's the next thing. You see bunds off, but the stock's up. You get those correlations working. Just keep tracking those off. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Johnny, sometimes it gets really big, the skew. It can be ridiculous, like 20,000 on one side and 6 or 7 on the other. And usually I find those points, if it just gets ridiculously skewed, you're so close to a swing reversal most times. See 7,000, I got this 25 is now built up more, we've got 7. So we're running to skew on the bund. A little bit of buying in here. If you look in terms of where we are contextually, we're back to the highs, the highs that were broken out of 44.30. Like I said, you can look at your context and see where you are and decide if you want to make a trade based on a few of these technical things. I mean, we all have technical knowledge. You guys just didn't start yesterday, so you can. But I would heavily suggest that if this here, which is reality, doesn't back what you want to do, then you don't do it. If you want to buy this and you see heavy slugging into this, sellers slamming into the bid with size, and it's not that would invalidate that. You don't worry about that. We're kind of off on the size now. 171, 9, 15, 34. We're off on the size. We were doing 700s and things as we came on down. Just look out for 35 on the way back up. We got negative tilt and we're legging off. We're just off. So it's always just be aware of areas. You're going to sell back down. 6374, still this side. You're trying to pick up icing to any gaming with heavy limits and then just being pulled moments later. The ES is blocking up again, so just see what happens here. $321. Just get rid of these guys. And that's the other thing to watch, like Johnny mentioned. If you get geopolitical stuff, you've got to watch the bund. Like I said, very sensitive to risk off. You just get a rip like this on something happening geopolitically, and yeah, any other massive problems globally. You get terrorists, so always be on guard of things like that, because they'll be into this, buying this. You just got to know which way it'll go. I mean, like I said, if there's things that massive problems start happening, then the bund will just cop an instant bid. So we've got a bit of volume cluster down here. We're back on top. 35. It's just definitely traded back up through there. The skew's still lower, 5867. We've been about 1,000 off the whole time. Stocks is coming off. And the ES is locked up, trading 48.5. So, hi Z. So we'll see if we can get this in the bund at some stage, this heavy skew, ridiculous. We'll see if we can get that happening. There's no signs of slamming this back down. So this is what I'm saying. There's no reason to get back just because you're on tilt and you're off. You've got to be careful. There's just no selling volume. Not like something you can step back in. We've taken out 37 tick highs. Just clear this and center. This has started to even up, 5862. That 1,000 plus difference is being sort of paired off. So for any new guys or guys that haven't joined us, most of the time I'll sit there on the bund waiting for a bit of storyline. I'm just trying to pick up an edge somewhere based upon my I guess experience with sort of anomaly in the book. I'm just trying to pick up control, not necessarily jumping straight in there if I'm not quite sure. We're even, we're 1 for 1 now basically. $44 fills the gap. Stocks is off and the ES is starting to trade back. It's now underneath the lockup. Just having a look at the ES now. On 44. Just trying to pick up a difference back, a difference in the size. Six two six six. Ticking up through there, nothing on the tick backs. And you follow the same process basically if you want to get in at an area. You follow the same process as you would if you were in a trade. So I'm just trying to track what they're doing volume-wise on prices, because it makes sense that for a price to lift they've got to be taking this volume, and on moving back or ticking back you're going to be very light here. Just clear in center. Just looking at terms of delta here, got 165.7. Someone's paid up there at 38. 6266. 208's decent. Light icing. Just seems like a bit of support here. Just the other trouble with the bun, what can happen, you can get light ice stacking here, and to get in you'll have to pay up market. This is not very heavy though, 13.15. They're not hitting it outside here. It's just not opening up. Hi Ryan, just show you 236. See the spread? The seller's going up. Buyer's not going up though. 129. Oh, that's just I've just put it, that's the open price, Johnny. It's just a reference to where we opened. Sometimes it's decent enough to say, well, we're above open. It can tell you a little bit about what's happening. just gives me a reference point as we're up here, we're kind of above. It's just when I look at the DOM, it's not, you kind of can see it over here. We just gapped down, opened 38. Kind of want to buy it. The skew's gone this side now, which is good. Euro stocks is coming off. Not much on the tickbacks, but not really doing size up here either. Just clear that. 6.9, 6.4. Like I said, I'm always cautious in the first hour. Just you don't get that really decent, clear signs of skew and levels and guys just in there, heavy hitters in there pushing. You can get mixed signals. Not really heavy numbers, a bit of light hitting, but still shifting. Don't get a decent read. The volume's just not there. And this is what it comes back down to, like, you're really leaning on that volume all the time. It's kind of an edge in itself, having the volume there. You can kind of see. And I'll talk a little bit about it. I don't think I've touched on that, but I was just thinking about it yesterday after I finished the webinar. I don't think I actually explained how useful this can be, and all you're looking at is just comparing the numbers. What's not right, or what's just ridiculously heavy in terms of number in the current market, what's being traded at levels like these 462, 11 and 31, that's just ridiculously heavy. Obviously when London comes online, this looks more normal. These 31s might be 120s, so you're picking up aggression either side just by comparing the numbers, and you can do it on a turn. If we went up here and someone hit over here with 900 and they've only been doing hundreds and 20s and 40s, 900 is a considerable amount of selling. It's just something to keep your eye on, just comparing the numbers and what they're doing actually, just the value. It's moving higher definitely, but when it moves higher, it doesn't take levels out aggressively. If you've seen control on the bun, you see it goes 100 and then it'll shift very thick. It's doing these, it ticks up higher prices and does like 10 or 9 and then ticks back to, it's kind of not really strong. Barely any skew, some pulling here, 4 7s and 6s. Light icing still. You'll see kind of that as well. They won't spook the market, they just grab a little bit when they can and keep pushing, but deltas are decent above the open. There's 1200 there. And you're talking over double. It's nearly the same, 800 to 66. $6,864, 282. There's nothing here. Stocks is grabbed a bit, 30.75. You've just got to watch these two. It can give, if the stock starts being bought up again, then the bund will come under pressure as a general rule. Still no gap fill, 44, so we're sitting in between open and gap roughly. Just no tell on here and nothing in here and kind of no block aggression. It's kind of hard to see who's in control here. Stocks has just done a 30.74, ticked off that If the stocks keeps coming off like this back to the open, back to the gap up at 68, you may find the bundle fill this 283, 67, starting you get this skew 6664s. It's pretty, it's pretty even, and there's nothing. This is typical though. You'll find you'll pick up a pattern all the time, like at about 20 past, quarter past 8, you'll get this nonsense. You'll get very low volumes and very little aggressive direction, push, control. Stocks is 73, 30, 73, and the ES is coming off. A few guys that have been looking over at the ES, is a decent trade on lean there. I didn't get it, I'm just watching the fund. You'll find that with a bun when you trade it, it'll like I said, it's a harder trade. The stocks are an easier trade. Same with the ES, I find them an easier trade than the bun. The bun you've got to chess it out. If you take your eye off the dash thing for 15 minutes, you've got to try and work out what's going on again. If you knew that buyers are in control, you've got to try and pick that up again somehow. It's not the easiest, and you get no pace of tape. See, there's decent block buying now. Just not going to jump in, get too hasty. 39, still ticking out. So it's a long leg off tilt. 6-4, getting that skew there now. Just looking at these 48s to 52s. It's another tell on direction if your icing kind of holds. If they light ice and it holds, then someone's accumulating here at 40. Someone's selling, obviously, but they're not shifting 40. And if you look at the structure, price is confirming that the guy icing 40 seems to be supporting the market, accumulating longs and then ditching out. Like I said, they're not going to whack 1,000 on there. 360, it's traded through. Just going to clear center. 38. So the stocks is nearly back to its gap up open, 68. It's trading 69 now. It's just on a grind. It's just grinding. There's no real decent. If you compare it to yesterday's move. Don't clear everything under. So we have a 9 o'clock Eurozone CPI, so just keep an eye on that. We've also got a bund option, 10-year. So that's the bund. So you can kind of see we've traded all the way back down. You can kind of see this. This is a little bit, you've kind of marked that, and then you've seen a block trading out above the block. It's done 800 at 68, 413. Talking about leaning on the volume, that's what you'd be doing if you're trying to pick this back up. The ES has done the same too. It's blocked out half a point and it's traded that. Like I said, I'll do it anywhere, but you just got to see where it's actually doing it. This means nothing. This means something. You've taken the tick open off by 1, and then you over here you see 800. It's kind of, and if you see 68 with a ledge, it's, you lean on that then for long, pushing out. Like I said, it's hard for me to get some of these things because I'm looking at kind of helping you guys out, looking at the chat box and missing things. Usually when you trade, you'd be so wide in. If you're on your own, it's very wide in, but it's just something I have to get used to. It's very different for me. Bunds trading off. You can kind of see the intermarket relationship. You saw the bund, it was 41.42, struggling a bit, and then you're looking at this, you're kind of maybe thinking, well, the bund here could be sold, so if you're a bund trader, you could use the stocks and vice versa. You just try and get a tell somewhere. If you get them both working the same, giving same signals, it just adds weight to what you're trying to do. You can see on the tick backs there's nothing here. It's very light. So basically 30.68 is your floor. You want to be leaning on that. Just swing over to the bund again. Like I said, just waiting for London to come online. A little bit slow at the moment. There's not much in terms of 55. Not much in terms of picking up an edge. Because it's very hard to, on light volume, trying to pick up or limit prices to reduce risk because it's so thin. It's very hard picking up those prices on the limit because it's just not 2 and 88. It's just kind of not doing a lot. Definitely stalling out here. Stocks is back to 68 with volume too. 68 needs to hold, otherwise we get continuation by the looks of it in the stocks. $53 fills the gap. $30.53 in the Euro stocks. So the bun just struggling at the moment, just stuck right here. There's a ledge 40. If you're selling, you'd be leaning on 40. Once this goes with size, you kind of, yeah, you don't want them hitting into these guys with size, otherwise you get one of these. You just get a continuation. There's nothing on the tick backs. There's also nothing on these side either. Measly 2 at 42. In terms of delta, it's the buyers that you can kind of see it in here. Sellers on 39. There's no aggressive push to get this higher. You can see on these, if you look at these, it's just, it ticks up one or two and then gets sold back down. Ticks out the highest one, sold back down. It's on the grind, it's very slow. Six, 7, 7, 5. It's a light skew. There's no decent orders in 777 at 50. At 13, 14, 55. A long way off market. Thickness starts at 48 and runs back. There's 832 at 33, which is on the lows, near the lows. Tom Rennie. Yeah, I can. Just make sure you're in the right room, Tom. I think you might be in the jigsaw room. Basically, yeah, what I'm looking for, um, if the market's moving higher, which it obviously is, you're marking off your tick lows and your highs. We're moving higher. That's where the lean is. So if you're trying to get long and lean, you don't want a seller hitting the bid or a buyer hitting the offer. So if I was a buyer and I was hitting the offer, I'd be just jumping up and hitting 42 right now. If I'm a seller and I want to hit the bid, then I jump down and hit 41. See, someone's hit the bid there at 68. So that in terms of hitting, that's what I mean. You hit the offer, or you hit the bid. I see someone's hit the bid there at 40. So if you're working higher and you're buying it, you might have got 38, 39, you might even bought 40. You don't want to see sellers hitting the bid with size. There's not a lot of size, but when you think about it, we're before London. It's 20 minutes before London, so it's going to be reasonably light anyway until those guys come online. And this is what I say about the numbers workout. See, it's decent. Light icing still though. Leads me to believe someone's just accumulating on the. We're just grinding higher, and these guys hitting the bid are not shifting it really. Price is just working there. So you straight away know that this guy's accumulating this. You've only got to see this. It's just passive accumulation, passive buying. They're sitting there. They're not aggressing. And that's kind of frustrating sometimes with a grind like this. It might end up 10 points higher, but it won't do it like this. It'll do it like this. It's terrible. So you basically just got to pick the lowest points you can in terms of getting limits. But when you're sitting behind guys who are just sitting there supporting a market and you're trying to get a 38 or 39, it becomes very difficult to get filled, particularly if you're back in the queue. It's a pain in the neck. You kind of, when it's like this, you pay up to get in. That's it. So that in terms of, that's what I mean. A seller hitting the bid, a buyer hitting the offer. And when you hit it, you go to market. If that clears things up, Tom. Very good. Just make sure you got the right room up, Tom. I think you're in the jigsaw trading, not the live trading room. I have the two rooms come up by default. I don't know how that works anyway. It's pretty slow in the stocks too. The stocks is locked up. We'll just shift over there and have a look. Screen 2. So I've got a lock up here. We're starting to lean off though here, but we're not doing size. See that? It's just a bit suspicious. We're leaning off, but there's no size. They're not working through this. It's not like these are 3, 4, 500s, or like this side, say. It seems to be heavier here, so the lean's not, you're kind of not getting those two working together. One's not really telling, and then we're leaning off, but it's not because the sellers are slamming this that we're leaning, because the buyers seem to be more in control here. So in terms of using those two tools to see where the lean is, you have to be kind of careful and get them working together. If you see lean like this starting to shift off and you see no sellers hitting the bid and size, then it's suspect. It's not something you kind of want to go and sell, expecting it to come down. And it's the same when it's long. If you see a lean long side and they're not doing anything over here, it's just suspect. They've got to back each other up. You get the lean and you get the size. You get the buyer hitting the offer. Make sure those two work. Otherwise, it's not really a good, decent trade. They're not going 68. They're not even touching it. 103. The bun's 41. Did 42 a little bit. Kind of wanting to push high, which would, in a simple world, send the stocks lower a little bit. We'll just see. But no volume, very hard to pick up a read. There's no aggression, so it's, yeah. Yeah, you got it. Yeah, you're in the right room. Well done. So you can use these for continuation too. There's obviously buying and selling going on in here. It's a two-way trade. Someone will be wrong. So it's either you're going to go a continuation or a reversal. Like I said, you're picking up lean in here. At the moment, difficult to do anything with 33s and 14s going off. It's a bit of a gamble. I'm not really. I couldn't tell you anything short 200 into 68. That's decent. Back to 69. Very quickly off 68 and then back into 69. Worked up, but starting to lean off. Ten minutes out of London. Bun's still doing 41, 42 and no size. There's just nothing there to really get things going. Like I said, in all ways you want to lean on volume, whether that be whether that be just trading a market with volume or this. I mean, it's very hard to take a decent trade when you know it's so thin and wispy. I mean, you may as well jump over to crude oil. You're going to have a problem again. But when you see thickness through here and you want to limit buy it, it's nice when you see this and on the tickbacks are not really doing a lot. It's very easy to go to market. It's very difficult to go to market when you see guys going up and hitting 7 and 3. I mean, that in itself is telling you something, that there's just nothing there, that it's very flimsy. So you can use volume as an edge like that too, that if you see stuff like this, just stand aside until you can see control. And in terms of using the actual numbers, seeing the size of the number, if we're doing 7 and 11s, like I said, 21s, 92s, and then you see a 500, that says a lot in terms of the current trade. Sometimes you can pick up decent fade and reversals just with size like that, running up, getting very light as it goes higher. This starts to go light, and then you see a whack, a huge size on this, and then you can kind of lean 48 if it happens. And just look at that price holding. A heavy guy's hit that. He's obviously either liquidated, so he doesn't want it anymore, or he's looking to initiate a short. bun's struggling, but it's chewing out. It's not the best. There's just nothing in there. You'd be gambling trying to pick a direction. Pure and simple at 6.5, 7, 9. Skews underneath. So if you look in terms of delta just in this section here, for buyers 41, then you've got the sellers at 40, sellers at 39. So you're kind of seeing where the risk is. If these guys here, it shifts to 41, 42, these guys here are not necessarily going to like that. It's the same with these guys. Once it starts shifting down, they're just not going to like that. Like I said, hard to get a read, 34s, 18s and 5s. It's just thin, really thin, but it's skewed underneath. It's starting to go 2,000 now. And if you look down here, you've got 800. So there's an off market down under these lows here. There's some size sitting in the limit book. 840, 849, 33s, 26s, 25s. But no aggression. You can't see control. It's just very light hitting both sides. Now we're getting this going. Again, we've got pretty big data out of the Eurozone today. We've got the CPIs. So we're back to 35, which is a ledge in the volume. 40 is the top. 6,009, 30, it's 1,000, which is just off the lows, makes sense. This is dried up. Pulling it. $35. Just kind of searching for a trade here. You'll see this happen a lot too. I'll show you something. I don't know, maybe some guys are aware. If you look over the 1 hour chart here, if this was to come down to 42, you see that all the time, but that's basically a pocket. So it fills the pocket. It happens all the time. If you see this, there's a pocket created and then it comes down and fills the pocket. It doesn't, it happens, like I said, it'll go down and then it'll come up and fill the pocket. So you just got to be careful of those things. The markets like to do that a lot. Trade off pretty heavy, then come back, fill the pocket. So that's always the risk. I didn't take a long trade here because the skew was off and we had 1,000 at 30. Obviously there's buying there. I was tempted about buying it back on the bottom of this, but I saw this guy here, and if this breaks, the stops go. Just wasn't keen on it. 69, 88, around 2,000 skew underneath. That's what, and I said this yesterday, you just got to be careful if you buy something here and you see a lot of guys in the limit book in here and you buy here, you're sort of coming between them and they will cross you and you'll have to take heed or get stopped or take a loss. It does that to me every year. I still have no idea why it does that. Anyways. Shift that to an hour. Resets at 9. So London's online now. You'll see definitely it'll start to heat up. The old liquidity gap. Exactly, Johnny. Yeah, happens all the time. It's a very, I mean, they're everywhere, those pocket fills. All the time it happens. It's a very good thing to keep in mind though. If it starts charging, you just know it kind of, it'll fill it. So the stocks is on the continuation again. moving lower, ES moving lower, bun catching a light bid, still skewed. We're sort of heavier underneath. 38 VPOC. E6. Yeah. Yeah, that's it, John. Yeah. We're just going to clear out under here. Also here, center, 212. 61. Pretty decent move back out here. Stocks are helping this bun higher. Stocks are being sold. Nothing there. 239. So we've got stops above here now. Like I said, selling in here, you get that risk that they want the stops. You can do it. It's not a problem. Obviously, you've got sellers in here, 40. Stocks are still ticking off. So you'll see the pace of trade pick up. Frustrating at the moment, not getting any. I'm just trying to pick up control, but it's kind of difficult. Caught inside too. If you look at the 3 tick, it's been pretty messy. You're making your money on the edges. 35's ledge. Pretty quick out of here. If you see it back down, how quick it was ticking off through the prices. It's not the best look. I guess for buyers, 35's end of road. You don't want to be getting involved under there. Clearing and centering. 7,100. Stocks has caught a bid. Still off tilt. Seven and a half, 9. Still skew underneath. Those ISAs, you want to see if they're traded or pulled. If they're traded, someone's keen on getting their buys filled. If they're pulled, they're probably gaming a little bit. 251, 132. If you look at the yens, they've been helping the bund. The yen's sort of off the bottom. Yen futures. Pretty nasty. It's very tight in there. Definitely doesn't want to explore outside of this nonsense. Yeah, absolutely, Brad. Sometimes you get that, they'll wait for stuff. And US will go a whole lot better than um, London. You can get a little bit of muck about, and then the US comes online, obviously with a help yesterday with that geopolitical news from out of Ukraine, Russia. So it's very tight, nice, tight little profile. And two-way inside, still got the skew underneath. But I don't see any massive heavy limits off here. There's just no one here. It's only 8 minutes into London, but I'm seeing no thousands or 1500s or scattered limits that are a bit heavy. I'm seeing none of that. Very tight. They're just working this. I'm just trying to pick up a lean, but it's even difficult at that. It's just stretching off the whole. It's very difficult to pick anything up structurally, and even the size, it's nasty. Very on-off. Starts doing 39s and 11s, then it'll slam a couple and then do 200, but there'd be no decent push, and then blocks of heavy buying, and then ticking back on light, stopping, then onto the blocks again. We're getting none of that pattern in terms of order flow, so you're trying to just pick up a pattern. Otherwise, if you can't, you're really gambling your money away. You need to see something open up for you. Just because you have a mouse and you can click it doesn't mean you should. You want to put the odds in your favour. And another thing too, entries are important, exits are important, they're all important. It's basically what the most important thing is what you do after you click in and you're in the market. That's the important thing. You can either manage for a scratch or a small loser, or manage it to a winner. These 24s, just very, very on-off with size. Very hard to get a read. 26, 8. The stocks is on the grind lower, and on the grind it's kind of, yeah, not telling much with volume either. It's not giving much of a tell in terms of control, picking it quite easily. You'll get trend days, like Brad said. Sometimes you get a session in London's great, and then the US won't be the best, and then it'll switch, and then you'll get a few days of great US trade and poor London, and you can have that. Like I said, I promised to do some, just center. We're moving lower on nothing. I promised to do a few US sessions for guys in the US, and we can trade the ES. I'm booked out this week. I won't be able to do it this week. I've had some things on. So 700. 9592. That's even right up. Now I got 37s and 38s. Just clear this for a minute. 37, 38, right where that block was doing. Three. There's nothing out here, really. That was 12, that's 900. Just locked up in here. They kind of get on it for a few and then they stop. And then they start doing small ones. And then they'll go the other side and do. It's kind of, you'll get the feel after a while of what you should be looking for in terms of what you need to see a decent edge. And this is not it. When it goes 1 or 2 and does 250 and then clicks down 3 and 1, I mean, this is bund in London. What's this 3 and 1 and 20s all about? And then it'll tick over this side and do a couple of blocks and then stretch it 1 or 2 and do a little bit as well. So it's kind of, it's not clean blocks of movement indicating it's like a continued move. Control, pausing, and then eventually reversal. Just wait. And like I said, bund is a chess game, but once you get on what's happening, you're fine. You just keep working that leg until it works toward reversal. You can see signs that there's risk that buying or selling, it doesn't matter, is likely not to pay you anymore. Just clear this. We're off these lows. $9,799. Stocks are caught a bit, but the stocks are off tilt, so they've got a negative tilt. Still not filled the gap. 30.53 fills the gap. 63 is a huge ledge in the stock. If you check out the volume profile and stocks, but it's doing a bit the same too. It's not giving, you're not picking up control on one side. It's being a bit. Now there's stacks in here. That's inside the structure, not off a high. Another thing, guys, in terms of this, and like I said, the skew's slightly higher here. Most of the time if they sit there and it's inside, and think about what you would do if you had a lot and you could bully the market. You could, if this was moving down, you could just bully the market lower on these. Obviously, if you're thinking in terms of, I thought he said, well, they're going to liquidate into this. No, off the highs when it's moving higher. Like I said, if this was a high and you saw control in here, guys buying it, pushing it, and you saw levels in here over here and they were looking like this, then that's absolutely control and liquidation. Once you bring it inside 38s, 36s, that's all inside structure. You're talking in here. You're not talking off highs. So you've got to think to yourself, why would they? This surely isn't liquidation. It's just pure bullying. If you look at the skew, it's kind of, it's pretty even, 11 to 9. I mean, there's a little bit more up here, and you're thinking, why isn't it going towards skew? This is just pure bullying. How do I know that? Because price is confirming my theory. I'm just building something and then waiting for price to confirm. Once it does it enough, 20 weeks, two months, 8 months, 5 years of looking at this, after a while you can kind of see, this is inside, this looks like bullying to me, and they're just selling it down. And it is ticking off lower. We're back to these lows. But this looks like bullying. Like they want to get filled there. They're quite happy to sit there. They're trading, leaning on all these volumes. If you can see the volume, it's trading off lower. You can kind of see it's trading off lower, taking lows out. This is inside, not liquidation. It's probably likely to be bullying. No size here. So as it trades back towards them, see, you now have that in your mind, okay, this is inside, it's not off the top. I'll see what happens when it goes back towards them. Do they pull or do they sit there and get filled? And then you lock that in your mind. And then tomorrow when this same thing happens, you can see, wait a second, this is inside structure. Yesterday this moved down 6 ticks. I'll slam into the bid and I'll just I'll set a limit lower 3-4 ticks, just purely based on what you've picked up here. This is edge. This is an edge. It's called it's basically a pattern in order flow, and you're picking it up because you're comparing it. If I never had this tick chart, if I got rid of this, I couldn't tell. I just know that 42 was the high for the day. I know, so I obviously know that in terms of structure, this was the high, so these are inside highs for the day. But I couldn't tell if we'd come down and these were now above sort of a point. So that's why always compare the book, always compare the price's anomaly to the structure itself. Find out what they're doing, where they're placing it, why are they placing it. Because like I said, just because it's a skew one side doesn't mean it'll go that way. And that's a way of telling when they bring all these limits inside. You know they're not liquidating, because they should be selling short with limits out the bottom, and there's no one there kind of at the moment. There's someone at 30, which is just out the bottom at 800. Now we've evened up. They're pulling. These are the things you've got to... So think about what just happened there. They slam these things inside structure. It moves on down. They're likely to take profit. There's 1,000 being hit there at 33. If they bullied the market from 35, 36, they'd just take 2 or 3 ticks out of the market. And now they go and pull it when it rises back up. So you can kind of see the manipulation there. These limits weren't put there for liquidation. They were put there to bully the market off. And then the market works lower. Then all they have to do is just take out a few levels and liquidate at profit. Just go to market. So in that trade there, they're likely going market to market. You can see there was no big red here. They weren't limit ordering to exit their shorts. They were actually hitting market, 1,000, 1,100, and 339. So they were basically going to market, and then when they were leaving to market, they weren't limiting, but they were bullying with their limit, and they were doing it lower, dropping it in. They're inside structure. Just keep your eye on that all the time. And that's edge. You're just picking up edges everywhere. And this is what I mean, not necessarily the case in ES. If you traded this on ES, I'm looking at the book now, you're just not seeing anything. You can't see bullying, you can't see heavy limits, you can't see skew. There's just nothing in the ES or the stocks. There's just nothing there. It's not going to give you anything. But the bun, he'll give you stuff like this and you play chess with him. You just got to work out what they're trying to do. And at the end of the day, price confirms your theory. Just let price confirm and then try and explain to yourself what happened there. But I'm just helping you along the way. It's very easy having someone tell you all the stuff. That's why you're in the room, to learn. to pick up things like this so you can use for yourself. It doesn't matter whether you're trading bund or corn, just pick a market and try and pick up. If it's driven by order book anomaly, well, good, chess it out. If it's like the stocks ES, then, well, but that was so obvious. That was a little bit obvious now that you see limits, market running lower. It's just, and then manipulation, and then shorting, going to market, liquidating, going to market. You just see the size. That you'll get the confidence to sort of apply these things. You just got to keep watching. Sometimes it may make two or 3 months of trading the bum before you can get very comfortable. Even sometimes I get a little bit lost on the read and I just stand aside. If I can see something obvious, then it's fine. 33 is ledge, so that's basically bottom of the market here. 8-1. You can see how the skew changes all the time. And you get a lot of help with these limits in the order book. Where are they? 35. Are they pulling this? But it's not stacked. It's just one. No real selling. They've pulled 500. So in terms of size there, I mean, yeah, 500. It's someone's willing to just trade 500s. Light icing, pulling. Here we go. Terence Q just did a 34 to 36 was leaning. Was that a decent trade? Absolutely, Terence. Yeah. Look at this, just stacking up there. You ask yourself, where's this stacking? I'll get back to that in a minute, Terence. It's just stacking 29s, 25s. That's all, and then they're pulling. You can kind of see massive manipulation here if you really think about it, what they're doing. I mean, if they wanted to buy 31, they just keep it there. They put it in there and then rip it all out. 840, that's decent size. Terence, no, it wasn't lucky. It was a decent trade. You're leaning on this here, 33. Obviously, you're going to draw the limit. There's stops building under here now. You got a 25, but there's no heavy underneath you. So when you buy 33 or 34, 36, when you bought a 34, as long as you don't have the carcass under you, if you know what I mean, Terence, that's all. If you get a 34 or a 33 and you've got huge limits under here sitting underneath the structure, and these guys, you can see pure control on this side, and yeah, you jump in between them, then they'll cross you to get to what they want, the meat. That's just how they work. So as long as you don't see that, if it's only one and it's a long way away, say, and I know that was the case here. I know when it started to go up, they did throw in blocks of heavy limits underneath, but that was underneath But you just got to be careful. If it's pretty clean like this under you, it's not likely that they're even planning to liquidate in the stops off the bottom, because there'll be stops under here. Guys even now are trading all this and they're putting their stop under. I mean, probably not professionals. The professionals will be after them. But it was a good trade. You land on 33. There was nothing underneath, no carcass, if you will, no meat for them to have a go at. Obviously, your leg, you kind of, if you didn't get it as it come down, you're getting on the way back out, then you're sort of on leg, but you're off tilt. You had a daily low. Didn't spend a lot of time down there. It did 83. So, and it was quick out of there too. So it was a good trade, 34, 36. You can take those anywhere really. Like I said, I find it difficult to educate and trade, but I think it's just to start with. It's not easy to do two things at once. I miss a lot of stuff. I noticed it straight away. I'm not keyed in. I'm sort of, yeah. But that's just, that's, like I said, guys have been running webinars and rooms for years. I've been doing it for a few weeks. I can't expect too much. But I'm helping you guys get off the ground. I'm sharing edges, what I use, how I look at things. See, they're throwing in limit there now. If you look at what they're throwing in, it's actually inside. So now they've pulled. It's kind of like they're trying to bully this higher. Icing and getting filled by the look of it. That's, you just got to keep looking at those things. It'll open up. That's why I say don't ever chase. Just because the bun's ticking around, don't take ticks. Wait till it opens up for you. You'll get decent trades once it opens up. Like I said, one bun trade a day, that's all you need. On a small account, a couple of contracts done, you can make very good returns in a month, and you don't need to go all crazy trying to push stuff. So yeah, good trade. You weren't lucky. Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, absolutely. There's not a problem with that trade. It's a good trade. Like I said, always be careful if you're off ticks, which you were. I mean, you revisited the daily low, but you held 33. It didn't do anything really below that and picked it straight back off again. Finding it hard today picking up control and getting those blocks in. They're very, very sketchy and light in areas. It's very hard to pick up decent push. 34. See if this is pulled. It's pulled. 9.4. It's heavily skewed underneath. It's starting to go this way. 35. It's stacking this. There's a bit of gaming on today. You can really see it today. Look at this. Now they're stacking top side. What's this? 38, 40s. That's also inside. If you look at the numbers too, 101, 102, 3s, they were kind of this side too. It just looks like a lot of manipulation and baiting to me. 996 is 996. Coincidence? No. Same party. 10s, 2s, 9s. Compare the numbers. But again, if you see this, see how we're getting this bullying inside. Now we're at 35. We're right on. Did they pull? They've pulled it. It's kind of, we want the market to go lower. We want to push this lower, but I don't want to fill 35. I want 37. It's just clearing center. The stocks is not doing much at the moment. It's gone sideways. It's starting to chew out pretty bad. And in terms of volume, what it's doing, it's really, yeah, it's doing it's doing what the bun's doing today. This 11 and 152, then 26, and then 300, and then 45. It's doing this sketchy. It's not blocking off. It's not working those bigger numbers through prices. Very frustrating because it's one of those things you trade and then you're sort of on it, then you're not. You're on it, then you're not. It can be a bit, you're getting false starts. You get that feeling like as soon as you're getting like, oh, wait a second, now it's changed on me again. We've still got these block limits inside structure. What do we got here? 37s, but they're off tick highs. I wonder. Light icing and size. It'll probably could go up to meet those. They could be pulled. Not getting any. Stocks are starting to tick off. It's back to the 3062, that range low. Might help the bund out. See, they pulled those. Back 1 to 1. You're getting this. Charges for 2 or 3 and then stops and then charge back again. Not getting that flow. The best days, like I said, you'll feel control straight away. You had it yesterday off the open. If you were around yesterday off the open, you just felt that the whole time. There was heavy skew. There was limits out the highs. It just looked right for a decent push in one direction and a continuation. You're getting this blocking. It's starting to do it now with very little tick back. 36s. I'm just seeing maybe. 8189. Like I said, it can be a bit slow. You're trying to think it out. Once you get something happening, once you get it burning in a direction, it's quite easy to keep working that direction. But if you're getting two-way with manipulation on both sides, okay. Thanks for the question, Benny. He's got icing. Explain how you detect it. Basically, you'll get stacking. Someone will be in there, and you'll see it motoring through. You'll see the seller. They might be hitting this, and you can see this number really growing. And you see, you might like this here. That's been worked. It didn't actually get worked through, but you'll see an iceberg, and they'll be working it through, and they'll just keep refreshing. So they'll just keep hitting it, and the original number you started off with, this number here is far greater than the actual original number. You're thinking, but that's basically icing. Someone's sitting on there. They just keep refreshing. As it gets hit, they'll just keep refreshing. How I use it on the bun, how I use stacking and icing, if I can tell what they're doing, they're basically trying to accumulate without frightening. You'll never see, unless they really want to get a fill, they may have gotten stuck and need to get out. But they're never going to spook the market putting massive amounts on there. They just like to, if they got control and they're moving it higher, these guys are moving this higher. You can see it's pushing towards skew. There's limits at the top. It's obvious. Structures, you got tick high. It's all with you. It all makes sense. You're leaning on volume. This is what you'll see guys sitting on here. You see this number here. It'll be quite light. they're not going to go and put 5,000 in there because they want to get it long. They're just going to let everyone know what they're doing. Plus, if they're trying to get a fill, what they do, if you'll find on anything, if you notice the bund, it'll just keep working like this. The guys want to sort of trade off these bottoms. They're not going to spook the market and have it run up 3 or 4 ticks on this heavy limit that they've whacked in there. And it only makes sense if you think about it. You kind of just want to tiptoe in there. So that's how I would use icing on the bun. You just kind of, and then in terms of that, in terms of icing, is it completely filled, worked through, or was it not really filled in terms of, and you'll see on this number whether it was completely filled or not. And then you'll kind of think, well, they're not keen on buying so much at that price. They're probably just trying to get a little bit there. It might tick on back a few, and then you'll have it go again, and then they might pull it. So you're thinking in terms of actually what's going off too on their ice, on this icing. Are they getting the whole lot done? Is it very heavy selling into this and just working through? Like I said, there was a great trade I told the guys, I think last week on the ES, they were on the extended move down. It could have been on a Friday or something. And what had happened, it got near the bottom in terms, and it was looking like for a reversal, and someone's, I'll just clear that. Someone's put a massive iceberg on this side. They were just icing it. And I went up to about 3,000-4,000 from memory. I don't remember it, but it was quite a substantial amount. And the buyers just kept going bang bang. They were just working through it. Eventually popped, but after it went through the ice, it ran off quite nicely. And the whole thing on the ES was extended on the way down, and then you could kind of see it was building for a reversal. Someone could have been trying to cap it. They could have also bought down near the bottom and offloading it. It doesn't matter in the end, but just as soon as that went, I mean, there was an edge there. It just opened up. I think at 1.5 or even more, and it was just in your back pocket in a matter of 10-20 seconds. So it went pretty quickly. See they're light icing this now. They're just stacking it. These guys are hitting it. But if you watch the two numbers, you'll think, wait a second, this has gone to 1,000. It only started off with a small amount. What's happening? That's just someone keep putting in. But they're doing it very slyly. They're not spooking the market. 195. But that's passive accumulation. Someone's buying 220, they're just sitting on it. And you'll find they'll keep doing that in a move. They'll just passively accumulate. They might not get filled the whole lot and think, you know what, I'll rip it out, I'll let it tick back 1 or 2, and then they'll start on this. In particular, if you have a move that's sort of rolling north, and it's very decent tilt about it, you'll have this happening all the time. So if that helps you out, Benny. I guess when you look at any of these numbers, you've got to think, like I said, two-dimensionally. Don't think one way. Don't think, oh wow, there's a lot of selling there, because there's also a guy passively buying it. Especially if that level, like these, there's no icing there, but if there's icing on levels, icebergs, and they're refreshing, see, they're just nailing out here. That's gone pretty quick there. 20 minutes to 10, so we've got that data up back to the highs. Oh, that pen drives me mad. See the numbers now, 6-2. They've just been, they were at 10s and 8s. It's loosened the market right up. Volumes drop right off. So any stops above there now are likely, that's the game over, 770. See this, guys, and this is what I'm talking about. I'll just keep talking about stuff because I'm hard up for concentrating at the moment. If you look in terms of reversal and the numbers that they were doing, 400, and then someone goes bam at 45, think about what's happened here. You've run the stops, they're gone. There's no more liquidity there. You've run off the highs. You get guys that'll scalp that. I mean, you could have sold 45, 44, and got filled a tick or two. I mean, obviously you're against it, so you have to be quick, and you're knowing that. But in terms of seeing a reversal, you can kind of see the numbers. They're quite huge compared to what's going on this side now. The stocks is, yeah, it's trading off. The ES is, the Euro stocks and the ES is not really doing the same thing today. If you have a look at your two charts, the ES is pretty supported, trading 47 quarters, but the stocks is off. Yeah, I thought it might have been. Thanks, Johnny. Yeah. Yeah. And I think that's putting a little bit of pressure on the stocks too. That explains it. I knew something happened that just ripped up through there pretty quick. I mean, yeah. But if you remember in this 45, there was 700 over here, and you're kind of taking a pretty good fade off that. You're off the highs. Stops are gone. Liquidity's over. They're going to keep chasing it up. But what you do, you trade 45 and you monitor it, and then you start to get this block selling, and then you're in the money before you can even blink. But that's the reason for it. A lot of guys have news. I used to have news, but I found that it got in my way a lot. I realised if I was on the real market, then as long as I'm adjusting myself, if I'm trying to sell this and it gets to 38, then I need to be out. Then I can't do anything about it anyway. It's like it's a split-second reaction, gets on the wires, and suddenly it's more about knowing what just happened. I guess that's the decent thing about having a news service is you're filled in as to why things are happening. But I don't necessarily. I find it hard. Just trading based on the news and things, you have to be very quick. Then you're dealing with algos, computers. I mean, the services are not in reach for most retailers either. They're quite expensive. Thanks for that, Johnny. So this type of trade for me is it's a little bit more difficult. You've got to be very quick, but you're kind of seeing this. If you are trading this type of condition where it's volatile, you want to see this. You might be touch trading or anything like that. Not my story, but I'm not to say you can't do that. If you're a scalper and you like to do that on the bund, you like to trade when it opens up and goes point, you kind of want to be seeing this type of stuff. Very little on the tick backs, C18, 5. It's not doing a lot. But when anything opens up like that, expect slipperiness. If you picked a price, then expect it might run through you some. You're going to take heat. If it starts to get volatile, it's like trading crude oil. You just never seem to hit the price right. It's almost impossible. Where the bunds in normal trade, you can hit the price within a tick or two pretty much most of the time, and usually once you get good at reading what's going on, the picture, then you don't take a lot of heat at all. But in this, when it starts doing these ones, you can tell that news there is opened the bund up a bit, and it's gone point volatile. I don't know if a few guys have missed out on this point, but I'll go over it. This condition here is not this condition here. You kind of see there's two different markets. There's market one and market two. They're just different conditions, and if you can, and having the tick chart, the raw price range, one tick gives you a personality of the price and how it's trading. It can give you volume clusters. You can tell whether you've opened up to volatility. Having the structure displayed like this, and it doesn't matter what market you trade, whether it's the stocks, whether it's the ES or whatever you trade, 6E, currency futures. I always recommend having this up because you can tell when stuff changes. You get volatility. It'll open up. It'll tell you when it's jammed up. It'll tell you if you're trading off volume, and you keep doing that. It can tell you a lot if you're just looking at this and how it's working. Is that the slightly delayed one, Johnny, or is that for the paid one? I know they offer one with slightly delayed or something, a minute or two. I'm not sure. But you'll notice this about the skew now, no skew, no heavy limits. You're on your own in terms of picking up an edge from that. You don't have it. It's gone. All you can do now is basically run off the size, that's hitting. And obviously it's best to work with the structure, but as soon as you get out structure highs, know that someone's going to hit it. Someone's hit 46 there. It's pretty sizable. Yeah, you're pretty much on the bund has lost that. You can't lean on that edge anymore. You can't see manipulation. You can't see stacking on various levels. You can't see skew. you've got nothing there anymore other than just a profile, the raw structure and what's happening inside here, what's actually being traded. So struggling to get higher. They're kind of chasing it out, but tick highs, one ticks, and then coming back inside. Finding today hard, actually. Get a read on anything. Thanks for that, Johnny. Yeah, some people are like that. They see massive volatility and think, should I be trading? What's just gone on? I used to have them. I had MNI, fixed income bullets, and all of those things, and um, I subscribed to a few other ones. I can't even remember their name. I think both were out of England, London, both of the services. But I just found they got in my way half the time. They were almost making an excuse not to trade or not to do something rather than just reading the market. But it isn't a bad idea just to know. Yeah, absolutely. And my trouble too, Johnny, like I said, even with this room, I'm finding that I do get distracted webinaring chat box, but like I said, it's just one of those things I have to get used to it. I will, but it's just something new for me. And it's the same with the news too. You can kind of create a little bias in your mind just on a piece of news, and really is the price actually what's the price doing, what's reality saying about that, because at the end of the day, if you can just sync yourself with reality, you're fine. But yeah, it was information overload for me. I was just very distracted, seeing stuff coming in, and I was more thinking about how that's going to affect the market than actually trading the real market and trying to read that. But like I said, it's nice to know things. Okay, there was a bit of volatility because X happened. Um, the news in terms of thinking like that's fine. Um, if you see this is icing 46. You can see it's refreshing. They're doing volume there. It's not shifting. Doing this one here too. Stocks at 30.56. So they're basically on the day's low. Another 3 ticks and they've filled the gap. And the ES is finally coming off too. It's basically it wasn't doing what the stocks was doing. It was holding up. Yeah, explaining things. Yeah, yeah, that can be an edge in itself. I mean, you can understand why if something happens, and it's just knowledge you put away in your head. Like if this happens, you know, this is going to happen in terms of price and in terms of affecting certain instruments. So you're just building up I guess, knowledge there based on experience of what what happens on the news. Just struggling on the bun today to sort of tap in. I found it hard in here, although it's moved around. Like I said, a lot of my edge comes out of this, not so much looking on this. Whereas on the other guys, on the stocks and the ES, I have a look at this and I'm confirming on this. I don't so much use structure to trade the bund. I'm more going off the DOM. I'm more going off the book, what's happening, the sales, the profile. I could probably ditch that. However, I like to see the structure to compare the book to structure and try and build a picture. I just find today's very hard. It's doing heavy on a few and then it goes light again. Obviously the volatility there, the news opened it up, but it's locked up again. You'll get days like this, and sometimes if you can't pull an edge, don't do anything. If you don't understand, there's no point clicking and then losing 5 ticks, and by the time you've finished your mess, you're down 15 ticks, and you have to work on that tomorrow. And you look back and you think, why was I even doing anything? I wasn't even sure the side of trade I needed to be on and getting decent prices, managing risk. I was just participating just because I could. Yeah, frustrating. Yeah, sometimes I wonder, I know something's happened. Like when this took off like this out of no reason, I knew that was just with the size that they were doing, I knew that was something behind that. There was a piece of news. In a few minutes we've got European CPI, so that's in a couple of minutes. Like I said, I don't jump in the market before big data. It's not a great idea. And I know within the Eurozone they really got their finger on the button, the easing button. So they're looking at stuff like inflation, and they're really on that. So data like that is not good to trade ahead of. We'll jump over to the stocks. We'll have a look at the stocks and what it's been doing. Like I said, there was a few good trades that I've been focused on the bund a little bit more, been distracted on that. But in terms of the profile, we're open 68. So we've opened over here and we've run it up. And then we pretty much run it all the way back. That was a bit of a sign in itself. If you ever see this, if you're focused on this today and not sure of trading the bund, I'm just giving you guys pointers when you go off on your own and you're looking at whatever. Some guys might not like the bund. They might not like the way it trades. They hate it. And other guys might like the Euro stocks and EES. They love it. So just stick to the markets that you have an edge on and you understand and you can work them. But in terms of what this did, it basically gapped up, traded up, and then traded back to the open. It locked up here, and in terms of getting a lean on there, you should have taken a few points out the bottom here. You already know this is a bad thing. It's retraced back, and then it's locked, and then it's you're sort of getting lean off this bottom here, trading lower prices. Like I said, I don't know what happened on the DOM there now. I wasn't focused on that, but if you were and you were trading those things, then you're just working continuation. I mean, you can lean on this volume. It locked up lightly there, and it's just locking up. But you're on tilt. Have the confidence just to keep with it. Don't be so easy to hit out of something. And we've pretty much been channeling off since then. We just put in 62 high. If you look at the DOM, we kind of get shift now. You're getting a little bit of shift. This is light. So it'll be interesting to see if we get follow through on this. The bun's coming off, makes sense. ES is copying a bid. So in terms of this, don't chase the market, put limits in. most of the times you'll flip back, you'll get a fill and you won't overpay something. I mean, there's 1,000 there. So in terms of the stocks here, you still got a negative tilt. But if you're buying it, you're on leg. If you're on leg, you got to watch tilt. You got to watch the tick backs. See size 342, 76 is 3. It's not a lot there. $50. Just a little bit cautious, not a. You can kind of chase along out of here, but it's just a bit sketchy. I mean, it's obviously you can see we've gained a bit of strength. We're off ticks, but you've got to be careful because it's just off tilt. And it's much easier, like I say, usually on one or the other, and I'll run into market on the stocks and the bund, and I'll be looking across the board ES yen. I'm not. It's very difficult. Like I said, if I'm honed in on this to try and trade the stocks and everything at the same time, it's a very difficult thing to do. Plus, if you're looking at the bund for an hour and just watching it, suddenly you drift across to the stocks. You don't know how it's trading, whether it's fast, what volumes it's doing. It's very, and that's what I'm saying at the end. Like if I'll trade the US session, I'll just trade the ES. I've got the ZB up the 30s, and I'll just look at that for and also have the yen up. So I'm looking at minimal amount of markets, but I'm really just only focused on the ES because that's in the US session. To trade like this, order flow off the DOM and structure, you have to be keyed right in. And like I said, if I watch this for 2 hours and suddenly drift off to the stocks, you can kind of not get a feel of actually how it's been trading. You lose that picking up nuance of how it's trading for the day. If you had been watching, if I was watching the bund and you guys have been watching the stocks, you'd probably get a better feel than me. It's just the way it works, but that's trading order flow. You're watching tick for tick. You're seeing how quickly it's going through prices, where it's being accepted, where it isn't, how much it's doing. On the tick backs, you'll know that that's normal or that's abnormal. On reversals, it's been doing huge size, or on reversals, it hasn't been doing any size at all. You'll pick that up, but if you're watching the bund for 2 hours, you're not going to pick that up on the stocks. That's why usually I'll say you primarily trade one. It becomes, to successfully trade like 2 or 3 this way it's too distracting. You either focus on one or the other. I'm just giving you two. The guys may love the bund, trading off the book like this, working anomaly, getting an edge out of the book. Other guys might like the structure, just working and using jigsaw DOM to confirm if they're on the right side of trade. So it just depends what you prefer, whether you like to play the fixed income, the thicker market there, and trade the bund and just work off the order book, or go the other way. That's just a preference. Thanks, Johnny. Oh, wow, there you go. Yeah, stuff, news. Oh, no control anywhere. It's madness. And like I said, some of you guys would be onto the stocks and not so much the bund. You might not like it. I'll say this, that the stock's an easier trade. The bund isn't. The bund's quite a complex trade, even for guys that are quite experienced. It's quite a hard trade. It's got that volatility. And like I said, you're just trying to pick up an edge on it through the order book. So it's pretty clean. You've got 871, which is off the highs at 50. 55 is 11. That's in the bund. Just go back over to the bund. And you'll have days like this sometimes where all you do for a lot of it for the 2-3 hours is feeling it out. You're not really nothing opens up for you. To be brutally honest, the bund's been quite, yeah, it was quite hard in here to get a read. And then we had a bit of volatility and then a lock up again. It's kind of very difficult today. If you even look at how we've traded, there hasn't been sort of a nice move higher where you could just play that all the whole time. But you can take 2s and 3s out of the market, but you've got to watch this solely. You'll have to. And you'll see that going forward, that some days I do a lot and other days I barely, it's not much at all. And it's just purely for that reason. I think if I was on the ES and the stocks, you'll find I'll be a lot more clicking. You'll say, oh, wow, he doesn't really trade like that on the bund. Although I used to very actively trade it, and that was based off more structure than anything else. But I found a lot of the time I was burning the rubber. I wasn't. Now that I trade off this, I just wait for windows to open and then I trade that window until it closes. So you do a whole lot less, but you might have a little section where you do a lot and then you sit there for an hour and a half. See, this is typical for the bun today. Sit at 800, then it goes 2 and 15, 2 and 15. And then it ticks back up heavy, back up to here. That's been typical bun today. Been very frustrating. Like I said, there was only one time it opened up, and that was on that release. And then you got control and you saw it, but you haven't got that pattern of control, that one up, soft back, and then they're onto it again. It's very easy trading a market like that. But when you get this, very difficult. Could you imagine trying to get limits on these 3s and 1s back into here? Trying to push with this. No skew. Nothing in terms of limits that are outstanding. And the size is patchy. But it's good for you guys to see days like this where it's kind of, this is what I'm also looking at. It's good for you to see a day like this where it's kind of doing funny stuff and it's on and off, and then it's, yeah, it's up, then it's down. And if you have to trade, like I said, and if you were trading off structure, you'd be trading off this, it's ticking off. You're best off just hitting, if you want to get in the market, just hitting 42 and 1 and riding with this and then managing the trade out. But you can get very easily shifted out of your position just on this. It could be 355 here and suddenly click up. You might have shorted 42 or 41. Suddenly you see 250 into here and a tick back, and then it'll switch again where it's heavy hitting it. You can kind of get, yeah, you get thrown out of the trade quite easily just watching the order flow. It kind of just giving you dodgy signals. It's not clean. So the stocks is back to the bottom here, pretty 57s. Still hasn't gap filled 53, but it's 2 ticks off the daily low. Just quick glances over to the stock DOM. That's doing a little bit the same too, a little bit on and off, stop start. Although it's giving a lot better reads than the Bund. You're getting clean thickness. Could be Brad. I know that's coming up. Could just be a quieter week. Today's Wednesday, so we've only got a few days. It could be Brad. I know it's just been it's not trading right. It's off. It's doing 71s and then heavy numbers for 2. Then it flicks back and then it'll do this side heavy numbers and then it'll start doing 11s and 9s and ridiculous things. There's no skew. What do we got here now? I've got 42s. There's a bit of light stacking inside structure, 42, 44s. So we're talking inside here. It's inside the structure. It's not off highs. So maybe buying there. But this has been typical for the bun, 1 and 7, and then it does volume. It's just been a hard trade today. It's a hard trade. But it's good you guys get to see this. You'll see it all the time. Like Brad said, it could be holidays, maybe people taking some time off over Easter. It could be a lot of things. It could just be having one of those days. I mean, I see these days all the time, but you can pick them up very quickly. You kind of see stop start, you'll see huge volume, and then you'll see ridiculously light volume on a few levels higher, and you'll think, where's the follow through? And you're kind of jumping in a trade, and then it'll go a level or two with size, and you'll think you're on it, and then it'll tick back with size. And then the side you're going, it'll barely do any volume, and then you'll sit there flat thinking, oh, this is great. As long as you keep yourself, if you're going to get involved, you just look at your structure here and you keep in line with it, work under the volumes. You'll be okay. Just keep working with that. Once you get under clusters, just work off like the same trade as the stocks and the ES, just work off that volume. Once you get underneath it, lean on that. That's your risk. And it's a decent trade. Like I said, it's a little bit slow going. You'll find it's a bit harder up. You get a bit more comfortable in, say, trading ES or stocks, where stuff just goes and it doesn't take much, you know. If you mark any of your volume, and once it starts ticking outside of that 35, you could try and get a 34 limit, but lean on this. You kind of don't want to see 32s again. So if you hit 35, you got 3 risk. That's your risk, and you're leaning on this. It's the same with this. When you get a cluster like that, and it's much nicer if you get, like I said, you got tilt, you got a cluster, and then you work underneath it to trade back in there on the limit short, working back on tilt. You got these. You got a little bit of volume here. Then you got this, and then you kind of work out underneath it. So you sell 42s, 41s. You don't want to see 44s again. So there's your risk. Otherwise, your risk going back to the top, and you just keep leaning on that. But it would have been a hard read today on, again, looks like bullying. See prices trading lower, skews above, stacking inside, price going off. Looks like they're going to market. They'll rip all these out once it gets low enough, and then they'll just go to market again to exit. They could do it in these areas. There's a fair bit of volume in here. Like I said, you've got VPOC 35. You're leaning back into that. And 33, what Terence took there this morning, or 34, but you're leaning on that. That's edge of profile. But just see how this pans out. It's the same pattern that happened in here. Where did it happen? I think they were driving it lower. Happened in here. It was just before Terence. 34 long, I think. So you can kind of see that. Bullying, going to market. And they're going both ways here a little bit. Just going to clear that. So we're back down to these. It's been a funny day on the bund. A bit frustrating. Not really doing decent things like moving one way decently for a while. It's sort of, yeah, it stops starting and then shifting and then going down, and then it wants to go up, and then it turns to volatility, then it chews out, and then it comes straight back. It's not the easiest trade, not even for me. You're best off sitting aside when you have a day like this, because then it turns into, see, this has gone light, and it just looks like bullying this lower, going to market, liquidating at market. You'll find too that sometimes if you do trade the US, if you're not getting anything in London, don't push it. Just wait till the US comes online. I mean, some guys here in Australia, there's Don and a few of the guys there. It might be hard. I was in Australia and it was hard to do the US. Got Johnny there. Okay, thanks, Johnny. It's about average volume right now. I actually requested of Pete what I wanted in this profile because I had X-Ray. I was always looking at the volume the whole day. I spent a lot of, I just always used to look up there checking volume or what we're trading. It's just a good indicator. And I asked Pete for a bit of a, if I could get, say, on this profile here somewhere where we could see volume, and it would just make sense to have it here somewhere. But just put it on the biggest stack on this side, the volume total contracts for the day. That way I could see it because it was just a habit. I used to trade the X-Trader DOM and always look at volume. Just always glance at it to see what we've done for the morning or what we've done for the day. I kind of miss looking at it. So just to have a look at this, guys, like I said, I'm very distracted doing and answering other questions, but we'll get off that. If you saw the size in here, it just reeks of a reversal. You can have a little dabble just based on that. You're back to volume. You had this. You had this. You can lean on 35. It just kind of makes sense. You see 800, 200, 46, 12 tick backs. Absolute joke into this. And you can take longs on out of there. This is the kind of thing you'll see. And then you want to see this run up. Like I said, I'm a bit sketchy today. It's been stop-start for me on the order flow. And I'm not getting clear signals, so I'm just struggling on the bund. But that's what you want to see on a reversal. This just had everything. You're just building a, I guess you're just building a case. You don't have to. You can, as long as you understand it. But if you're over to the stocks and you're over there, and you're not going to be able to see, you have to watch this closely. Yeah, you had 35. That was one. That's the edge of the volume. You had this point and this point. That's two. You had a cluster here, and it was bitted out of there before. That's three. You had this over here, light tick backs. That's four. You're really building a decent case. You're opening up sort of an argument for yourself to get long. It doesn't matter where it's been going. Obviously, you're back into here and it's legging off. But once it starts, I mean, this was 37. It's trading 41. And you would have likely got a fill at 41. That's 4 ticks. And you're against everything, but you're just looking at the order flow, the structure. Where's my profile? Where am I in terms of the volume? Are there any individual clusters I can lean on? You're leaning on this. You're leaning on these things. You're leaning on this. You're leaning on this. There's so much you can lean on for very little risk, and you get the pop-up out of there. In terms of profile, like this is a nice little profile today, and we've rotated back into the bottom. It touched 35, didn't do anything 35. There's another point to your argument. You're not really hitting in. And then you see this. Even if you didn't get a 37, got a 38, you hit out 41, that's plus 3 ticks in the bund. You only need a few little good trades like that. Suddenly you got 10 ticks, and the risk you had on your trades was you had a 34. So you're only talking 2-3 ticks depending on whether you got 36 or you're not going to get 35 unless you're very lucky and you're at the front of the queue there. So that's Pete's cumulative sheep index. Good one, Johnny. Good question, Benny. Not necessarily. It can open up for any reason. We've got some US data this afternoon. I'll just pull this fella up. So we've got building permits, not big red stuff, but what would indicate healthy US economy or not. And then you've got Yellen down here and a beige book. So I've got a bit of stuff to loosen things up if it all starts adding up, but yeah, not necessarily. What can happen, and I'll go over what I said just then about maybe trading the range and keeping that range, because that's if you're interacting and you're watching the market very closely, usually on these edges, when it starts to do a nice profile like this, it's just making sense that when it comes down to the point where it would represent a decent buy in terms of where volume's being traded for the day value, what's the pace like and the size like to even try and push these lows out? Because if you look at this, it would represent no reason why other than say, oh, 35 is a double touch, then it opens risk to 31. There's nothing in there to represent, oh, well, why would the market stop here other than that? But now enter volume, which, like I said, is a huge edge. And this is why if I see guys trading spot FX, I nearly have a heart attack, because how would they ever know how could they ever get an edge without having the volume? And I'm talking, it doesn't matter about delta volume or the volume that hits into this, or total volume, or the thickness in the actual market itself, or volume for the day. You take that out of the market, you're really losing. It's ridiculous. You're just trading blind without volume. So once it gets back and rotates back to the bottom, representing, I mean, this VPOP 35 rejected it and popped. The pace, the size that's hitting in, you'll kind of get a feel. If you had another situation, if you look back, I think it might have been the second week on a Monday, I had a little bit of a rough session. I mean, not rough as in account blowout material, but just a few rough trades, lost a few ticks. I know that day I was biased on a volume profile, and I was looking at other things from the previous day, which is not right. You need to focus on today's data, because that's the only important thing to these specialists. It's just today. And basically, forgot my train of thought. Basically, when it comes down here to the bottom, you want to see, like I said, not size hitting in. And the other day there was. I remember that there was decent selling. You had it pushing into a support, say here, and it was coming off pretty heavy. It wasn't, and the numbers were on the other side. There was heavy hitting on this side. You could see 400, 500. So it was clear that the bottom of the profile, the aggression in the bottom here, that they were willing to explore some downside. You can kind of see here there was no willingness to even explore. VPOP shifted 38 now, it was 35. We're starting to get an evener profile too. You can kind of see, just in this alone, just these two numbers, there was no aggression to even explore off the bottom of this. Absolutely none whatsoever. You'll see the pace in it, 46 and 12. There's just nothing there. And then the buyers just hooking straight in there. This is kind of today. See this heavy numbers, then light. Oh, there we go. So something's happened there. If you look at that, that's not regular trade. They obviously compare. If you're staring at this all the time, you'll know that that's a bit strange. Johnny's going to send some news item in. Maybe they fired a bomb off in Ukraine or something. GBT news. Thanks, Brad. It's strange. I don't understand any of this. My calendar doesn't seem to be. That pound news, this was GMT 8:30, so 9:30 my time, Central Europe, and it's now 10:30 my time. I don't. I don't understand. GMT. Or is this calendar off? Yeah, I got that, but the times are not right. Strange. Okay. I'll confirm that with another calendar, because if they're off, that's not the best. In Blighty. It would appear, I'm just checking this now, I thought the Eurozone CPIs were at 9 GMT. Something's up with the times. I don't know, I don't understand. Anyway. Right time for me. Thanks, Don. So we can see in the bund here, where I'll just clear these, we're exploring lower. You'll see a difference now that the size starts to pick up. 245. We didn't get that before. I remember seeing that at 35. That was 12 and 42. Now we're kind of getting size, but we're back in the lows here. And aggressive buying out of the lows. But again, two-way stuff, 39.74 with heavy hitting in between. It's hard to pick up. I'm just basing it on the trade before, on the trade all morning, that it's been like that. So it's hard to get a read. I know if that I do something, then I'm likely to get a bit of a false read in the order flow. I'm likely to maybe get kicked out, a scratch, when it may end up going the right way. Skews a little bit heavier underneath, 8.4, not too much though, 486. See the numbers? They're a little bit wacky do. 486 and 3s and 1s and 33s. It's not very hard to get reads on that. Reliable reads, order flow. I'm just talking order flow read. This is what I say. It's best off if you can work these two together. If this is coming off, it's much easier working that direction. But you're getting this is very off-putting. Just a hard day for me. I can't. It's moved around, but trying to nail anything. But it's good we have a day like this. It's good to see that in terms of trade, how things, what you're going to need to look out for, either standing aside. 250. Just going to clear them out. So the VPOC shifted 30, it was 38, now it's got 35 again. So it's back underneath us, which is very strange. And if you look on the context chart half an hour, you can see how difficult today's been for trade. In terms of kind of moving a direction like it kind of does, it sort of sets off. Today's been very two-way, very hard to read. But it could be because of Easter. I've just worked out my time problem too with the calendar. We've ticked over daylight savings and we're now not 1 but 2 GMT UTC. That was my error. What I'll do tomorrow for any Euro stocks guys that more trade that than say looking at the bund, I'll have the bund up on a screen and be looking at it, but we'll key into trading the stocks tomorrow and also having the ES as well up. So we'll just trade those two. We'll trade equities. And we'll apply those techniques. Like I said, the bund is not takes quite some time to pick up the bund. It takes experience too. It's not an easy trade. Kind of want to get long here, but don't. Just getting this stop start with size. In terms of why, we're back to the bottom here. The only thing I don't like is we're off in terms of tilt and we're lagging off, so it's a bit of a problem. We're getting caught. But we're leaning on this bottom in area here. But I don't like this stop starting. I'm just not getting a decent read today. 43s, 45s. Kind of off these highs. getting a little bit now. And it goes and does this. Just one of those days, guys. It's not running. It's just a lot of pause and shifty on the volume. Can't lean on anything. A lot of stop-start. You can give you false reads. That's all. I've just picked up on it from well. It was doing it the first hour or so, and then it pretty much continued. Only time it loosened up was over the news announcement, and then it's been back to that again. Just don't think it's worth any trading. The risk. And this is also a form of discipline, because it'd be quite easy to say, oh, let's make some ticks, let's just click something. Usually that ends up in disaster. Yeah, you watch it now, it doesn't stretch, and then it goes back over here, does one. If you look at where we are, it's just, ugh. Exactly, Hans and Johnny, yeah. That's why, and you'll pick this up as you go along, you just think, I don't like this market, whether it's the ES or the stocks, you just think, this is not what I like. I'm not seeing what I need to see. You'll see it straight away, it'll be so obvious for you. And once your edge opens up, then hit it hard a few times. It doesn't take much, but if you start to really got limits coming right down inside now, 12.36. Looks like a bit of bullying to me, going to market again. I wonder if they want these lows. There'll be plenty of stops out the bottom here, I'm telling you. But no limits. There's no limits other than 27. That's my... they've sort of been using this to bully today and then going market, but it's been sketchy at best. It's been really stop-start. And I'm not surprised, Hans, you've probably, yeah, been on and off it a little bit. Maybe you're down a few ticks, I'm not surprised. Got the size going now. 34, do they pull? Yes, they do. 39s. Someone's stacking 3-3. Just center this. And like I said, if in doubt, go with this. That's just, if you feel like you have a hankering of trading, always go with this tick range structure one. That's just the way the price is going. Trade it up high into tick highs, and you've got very little risk, even if you do cop a reversal, which you need to be careful of. Like I said, the direction of the market is the way it takes the tick high or low out. We're taking tick lows out, but now we stop 32. We're jamming this bottom up. There is going to be stops under here, and they're forcing the issue. See, it's starting to go now. 26 and 25s. They're well off structure lows though. Just reeks of bullying 407, just clearing this up. Clear the top side. So those lows are gone. 18. And in terms of, if you look back before this in here, I think Terence made a little trade off that. What you're seeing now is different to back then. If you compare the two, I think there was a 42 and a 12 that come down into this on 35 or something and it went back up. But now we're doing massive size in the bottom. Tick highs are off. The risk is that we go through 1681. Look at that, 32. If you want to get in, you have to go to market. Just clear underneath. $268. You can kind of see on this 3 tick we've washed the bottoms off and pretty aggressive buying back up. There's someone 1697, 32s. Don't know. There's someone trying to pick up the bottom here. More inclined to go long and short it into that. I'm just leaning on this bit of trade here and the fact that we've washed this bottom off a bit. Skew top side, limits inside. Looks like continued bullying going to market again. Someone is icing this though, 1900. Kind of feel like it wants to go long. Just not on it today though. That's the only thing. Just haven't got a good read. Just this 20 and getting mixed up with light and heavy in the same 3 tick price range. It's you're on it, then you're off it, then you're on it, then you're off it. You can get jerked around. It's $662. See how they're not really, these guys are sitting here but no one's slamming in. It's done 2000 there. And then they rip it off. It's kind of got long side about it, but yeah, it's easy as they were they on Hans, you're on the bund, Hans, and Xavier, what were you on? The stocks have been, I got pretty hideous there from about 9 o'clock onwards. It got chewed up. Hasn't been the best day, hasn't been clean, I guess you could say. The word is clean. It's not clean edges, it's just you can get messed around. Okay, you're on the stocks. And what were you on, Hans? Were you on bund? And this is what I'm saying, experience alone will tell you to step aside, not to do this. You'll save yourself 3, 4, 5 ticks, 10 if you start revenge trading and getting all emotional. But I kind of get a feel when I don't have anything opened up and I don't do anything. And then other times everything will open up for me and then you can start doing stuff and you can do it a bit heavier. A little bit nasty. Pulled 35. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's okay. You're watching the bun, made one trade on ES. Okay. Yeah. No, that's good. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. No position is a position. Like I said, you've only got to take 3, 4, 5 ticks out of the market and just push a bit of leverage through those ticks and you're fine. You can turn a nice little retail account and you can build that up without very little sweat, blood and tears being put in. You just sit here and you wait for something to open up for you. That's how you do it. I mean, if you can wander in here and you've got $100 million account and you can push some contracts around, well then start controlling stuff. Wouldn't be too hard. But little guys, you just have to try and track what's going on. If I had to do something here, I'd buy it, but just with what I'm seeing, we've scraped the lows off. There's some size. They're kind of trying to get 32 long. There's now icing. They're stacking this. They pulled, so that wasn't completely filled. Now onto this, trading off. But like I said, at the end of the day, this is more the driver, this fella here. I'm just going off order flow long side, but this guy, you need them to kind of match. It's hard when you're getting long side here and short side here, that's, or vice versa. You're best off if the structure of the market runs with the order flow. That's just a better trade. A 2. Wow. So in this case here, see how the skew 12 and then 9.5, it's not actually following that. But you can kind of see bullying in through this here. The guys on the limit, they're pulling and then they're putting it back on there. You can kind of see that. If it doesn't follow skew and you get limits, like I said before, inside, it's usually bullying. They just go to market, 1,066.30. Yeah, exactly, Xavier. It's just not, there's just stuff not right there. Even though I can see heavy buying, it's off. We're back onto these highs again. We've sort of traded back in there. But there is decent buying all the time. 12s, 13s, it was 2,032. The guys are in here in terms of buying delta. They're in and around these levels. You can see that volume's just pumping up here in the last few stacks. It's really been stacked up here. There's something going on. So this can also give you a sign of a reversal too if, like I said, ticking off highs, that seems to be the direction. I mean, it's going down. But you've got to watch for signs that it's going to reverse. But not too sad about sitting aside today and not doing anything. But it's good to see days like this where it's kind of stop, start, no size, then we're on its size, then we're off its size. And that's why, like Xavier pointed out there, it's good to run into market analysis all the time. You're looking at bun, you're looking at stocks. You know, stocks is lifting, bun's under pressure. That's you should be running across the board, just seeing if there's any liars there. Who's the liar? Trying to catch one of them out. and it's always confirming, like I said, if the order flow is on structure and you've got intermarket analysis working the way it should, it's very easy to trade the right direction and take safe ticks out of the market rather than trying to trade sort of a condition that's sketchy across the board. You might have order flow and structure off. You might have the stocks, maybe the yen, doing something different to the bund. It's kind of not right. That going down, but not much extension, and buying on the way down. Yeah, just sitting, just watching this, guys. I'm not too hasty. Looks like still bullying coming down, 30s, 33s. As you can see, they're going to market. Look at the size there, 7. Even the ES today has been quite scratchy. If you trade the ES and you've been watching, it's been very nasty trade since it started. I guess Hans would know that. It's you kind of look and it's not very clean. I'm comparing it to yesterday. You sit there enough times and suddenly you'll start to notice that you'll think, you know what, this is rubbish. I'm not even going to trade right now. This is a joke. And you wait for it to clean right up again. Because you'll make your money and your edges are best when the market's clean. If you're ever getting mixed signals across anything, it's a lot of stop-start. In terms of delta, the buyers are 14s, 15s, 14s. They're still participating even on the slide, the buyer. So it's not way off. 5-8, just been ripped all through here. Have they had enough with trying to bully the market lower? Just clear this. Let's just see what happens. Here we go, what's going on here? It's kind of reeks and it wants to go back up. If you look at the 3 ticks there, it's locked up. 446 is size. Just wait here for a bit. 6,000, 8.7, it's gone heavy underneath. You've always just got to keep checking stuff. Where's the shift? Where's any manipulation? What way is control? There's just decent participation by the buyers all through here, which will usually mean most times you don't get massive extension. You're not going to get one of these that goes and fills the pocket. I'm not saying that it won't, but it's just I'm looking at numbers. I'm seeing deltas. I'm just seeing buyers on the way down. A little bit of icing too, so not really being aggressive about buying it, but just see 319s. Still off on the ticks. That's the only concerning thing. Just clearing, centering. You look in terms of delta here, and even on these 32s and 30s before I cleared, now they're back in here again. I guess you could say this is stalking trade, but I'm not going to push the issue. I can kind of see them. Yeah, they're on this bullying at lower. You get caught in that. It's not real clear. You can see good clean buying even as it moves lower. But just you try and sell that. I'm not saying you can't make some ticks, but it's always a risky game. Look at them stacking this. 13s, 10s, buying in there. 29 or 28. 614. See, look at the deltas. See, that's been the thing today. Goes heavy, then goes light. 268s, and then you're getting such a spread between weight, between the volume. Very sketchy. So the ES is nearly back to electronic highs. It's just ticked back 48.75. Been pushing. Stocks are, even the stocks is on the bid. 30.66. Bun still poking around in this bottom. Buyers down here, all the way down from 32. So anything off this bottom here is just being reasonable buyer participation in terms of delta. Thirties, 27, 25 was there before. It's been trimmed. Just going to clear center. Oh, it's locked up here. Something terrible. Look at this. 27.31s. I just see a little bit of bullying here. It's kind of, yeah. I'm seeing two things happening. It gives argument of going for a continuation or a buy. In terms of buyers, I'm just seeing buyers down in and around here, but I'm also seeing a little bit of bullying and going to market. See this, these limits real close, just stacking. If I add those two up, when you think about it, if they're trying to get guys to come over the top and hit them, and they're decent buying on this side, it could lift off here. So you're really just thinking out the trade. Why is it just see 672? Pretty heavy. 18, 18, 17s. Absolute buyer participation down here. Those limits are gone. So tempted to go long, but it's just this muck about all day. Just light, heavy. No run. Jamming up, then reversing. It's the only reason that's holding me back. No skew. Limits are gone. Almost back to a clean order book. There's a few. It's a little bit on this side. It's all happening on the sell side. It's nothing. It's very clean on the buy side in the limit book. ES has just traded up its high 49.25. It's the high for the day. Back up there. Pretty heavy. It's buyers down here. Something you want to see when you're trying to buy it. But in terms of the things that we talk about on the ES, the lean, you can kind of see it's still got that lean about it. We're still seeing reasonably, every now and again you see heavy hitting, but we are getting a lot of light, heavy anyway today, the whole trade. 3,000 here at 29. There was plenty at 32 too from memory. Just going to let this trade go, guys. It could go anywhere. I'm not on it. I'm not feeling just this constant light, heavy business. And I don't, you guys know me, I don't like to, here we go, sit around on a trade. You would expect that to get punished below there, but it's not yet. Back on it inside here. It's basically right in here. Pulling. They don't want it. They don't want to sell that price. When it ticks back up there, they pull it. They don't want to sell that. Are they accumulating long side? See, this is all accumulation, even though there's aggressive selling. It's what price is confirming. It's not shifting. There's plenty of size, but it's not shifting price a lot. It's come off this bottom. It's locked up. It's still not wanting to release. These are the things I'm thinking about. Look at the deltas, but it's still 14 to 10 inside. Oh, today was frustrating. Frustrating. And this is thinking two-dimensionally. Like I said before, price is the confirming point. If you're seeing a price in there and they're hitting it, and this won't go 26, won't do 25s, and it's locking up, it locked up there, it won't do a decent excursion from the lockup. It just reeks of a reversal. It reeks of it. It almost seems like they want to accumulate for this move higher. That's what it seems like to me. They're pulling these. It's kind of like, oh, I don't want to get filled 29. And they're pulling all this. So if you're looking short off the bottom here, these are the things you'd have to be thinking about. If you're thinking, well, I'll keep going with it, you kind of don't want to see what you see right now. I'm choosing just to sit aside at the moment. I don't like this, like I said, on and off with the volume, the spread in the volume, what they're doing. I don't like that at all today. But you could see in all of that, the price wasn't running in terms of delta, reasonably even. But you could see they were accumulating it. 1235 contracts were accumulated there from guys just sitting there thinking, you'll just hit me then. I don't care, just hit me. And price not shifting. That's kind of what you want to see in terms of if you're looking for a reversal. And you don't want to see that if you're short. If you're short of this and you can't release off this lockup, and then you're seeing 20, accumulation here. Like I said, it's easy enough to say, well, they're selling it there, aren't they? Why won't it go down? Yeah, because someone's just sitting there wanting it. So in theory, that you could also put that as a blue, but you're just picking up at the end. It's price that confirms that. Price confirms that this guy is accumulating. It's not someone aggressively hitting it and shifting. It's like most things. Price has to confirm the rule. If it doesn't, you can't make a rule out of it. You can't use it as an edge. Price must confirm. So whatever you devise as an edge, if price doesn't confirm, you throw in the bin. But I mean, at the end of the day, even as a long trade, it's decent. You might have made a few ticks out of there, and it even looks terrible. But there's a little edge there. But I'm sitting aside today. I just don't like it. I don't like the way it's trading. So I know a lot of guys, they will look at that and they'll say there's a lot of selling there. This is good, right? This is good. It's can the sellers get it done? But I saw other signs that the buyers were kind of loading on each level. And when in terms of the delta, you can kind of see from 32 all the way down here that the buyers were reasonably participating in this, and then you're seeing stuff like this, and then the seller can't shift, price won't release. It just reeks of a reversal. You can't know how much it's going to reverse, but again, it's just keeping risk tight. It would actually seem like a risky trade because you're off the bottom here, but you're just reading the order flow. It's been quite a slow trade since London started, actually. Just looking at the stocks now. It's not really doing a lot at all. So not a lot of action today, guys. like I said, you'll get days like that. That's pretty normal. If I had billions of dollars, I could just participate when I wanted and play these games as well. It's not, but I just, if you can't work out with a reasonable degree of certainty, then standing aside is the trade. It's decent two-way in here. Look at all this. It's going two-way with size. It's lost that small size. Just clean it up for a second. Just again with the just trying to bully. You're just trying to get filled this. They're just trying to get filled this side on light ices, and it's moving up. You can kind of see it. They're just pulling these. They don't want short. They don't want to fill the short here. They're just wanting players to come over. Lay light icing. Size this side. So again, we're looking at for it to shift or it to pull, and then it pops back down again a few. Not really massive skew, but it is top side. But that skew is created through these limits. See this accumulation, 800? And they're also hitting size here. It's a buyer. They're buying. But I'll let this one slide today. I'm not. It was an okay trade. It was a decent order flow trade, I guess you could say. But I was getting bad reads all day, and all day that was pretty clear. I don't trust the way it's been trading. That's all. But not to worry. Like I said, for me, most of my percentage comes from 2, 3, 4 good days. And that is due to waiting for stuff to open up to your edges and play into the way you like to trade. That's the reason why. It's very easy enough. It'd be easy enough for me to click and carry on and do whatever I wanted, but that's not really applying an edge. You've got to wait for stuff to open up for you. See this accumulation? It's definitely pulling. So in terms of just trading off the DOM without anything else, that's what you kind of be looking for. Picking up on this again today, like I said, this is a new concept. I didn't talk about this in the first, but this is basically bullying. It didn't really come up. We traded pretty clean the first weeks. So we're basically moving, control, liquidating to limit. But today we've had some bullying lower. just pushing the market lower. And they're pushing it lower to buy it. You can kind of see accumulation here. 38, it's nearly 4,000, nearly double there. There's 3,000 here. And you can kind of tell that with the we're off the bottom here of structure. It didn't go very far, then locked up, and then suddenly we get below a mini lockup, and it still doesn't want to do anything. That just reeks of a reversal. And then you put the numbers on that. You put the number tags on that, and you can just see what's happening. We've got icing here. Then even the numbers in here at 32, 31s before I cleaned, they were quite heavy buying and decent in terms of delta. So they're accumulating and going to market too. No skew. So next time you see this, you can kind of, if you see this bullion price tracking off lower, you can kind of track this anomaly, this noughts in the book. You can use that then. The more you see it, the better you'll get at picking it up. I'm just talking bund. You'll find it hard to wander across to the ES and start doing what I'm doing over on the ES, but it's only because I've looked at the bund for years. But if you want to buy 30, you might sit there for a while. It's almost like we've got Battle of the Icebergs here. Now someone's 29. Just willing to get filled, not pulling. There we go, it's gone. Just loving 30. Someone's hitting into it though. Yeah, look at the icebergs going. Shifted. Nearly tempted to put a long in here, just leaning on this guy. Pulled. You just see it's already off the top. Just clean this up. It's nearly half past. It's nearly lunch. It's just absolutely be looking for long side if I was going to do it and sell. Nothing on the tick back. 30. Oh, there's some size. They're back on it. Now it's this whole huge chunks and then light dribblings. It's just been the story today. It's still on these limits, 30. So as you can see, it had to be pretty quick. If you picked up on the edge at 28 of what was happening in here, that the buyers were kind of onto it, accumulating. It wasn't really shifting you could have a long at 28. Like I said, I didn't for a good reason today. They're not clean reads in terms of what's happening in here. But you could have taken a few ticks out of there. You wouldn't have got a 32. So you're only looking at 3 even in this. So it's pretty nasty trade here. Any of you guys want a cat? He's a pain in the neck sometimes. My wife usually lets him out, but she's out and he likes to sneak in. This is really a battle in here. Really a battle. There's size, there's icing. Trade's nuts. Euro stocks has been pretty nasty today too in terms of trading. It's not the best looking. Look at these limits here now. So in terms of pattern, that order flow pattern, you got no size hitting in here now. They're hitting this. Then whenever it ticks high, they pull. There's just no one aggressively hitting these lower prices. Now they're on the ice again. Ha. Pretty nasty trading here though. Really locked out. 907. Nope. $23 at 28 delta. A little bit heavier at 27. Look at this though. 19. It's nearly double. They're really jamming on this. Look at that. See if they're pulling. Here they go. Start on the pulls. Pulling. It's almost like they're bullying the market lower to buy it. That's what it seems like to me. The size hitting into here, the accumulation on here, the icing, they're on it again. 26. What were they when they doing that before? 28s. Oh, so tempted to have a buy right now. They don't want to sell this. You can see when it ticks up, they pull off. Now we've pulled these. Oh, there's a lot of gaming right now. Back to 14.10. We were at 20.10. Good one, Johnny. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I never let him up here. Everything's half wide. And the little guy, I don't let him near stuff. I pretty much ushered him straight out of the room. So, little furball. Yeah, exactly, Johnny. You can pick up, like I said, it's trying to work out all this pulling and stacking, what's going on. And like I said the other days, it could be so obvious. You see pure control, you see limits out the high scattered. You just think, oh, I know what they're doing. This is obvious, and away you go. You just, when it ticks back 2 or 3, you hit it. But when you see different trade like this, you see icing, you see it won't go down. You see heavy stacking and then ripping. You can kind of get a very good feel, and this is just building order flow knowledge. You're putting this in your head, um, and you get very good at it after a while. You'll have 6 or 7 bags of tricks on the bund. Like I said, I haven't seen this. We've just seen the standard running up, these off highs, not so much this inside structure. These are really inside. Um, But to me, they're bullying and then they're going to market. They're just, you can kind of see it, and then they're icing lower slightly. It's not wanting to run off. So if you think you're just going to jump in there and make 14 ticks on the slide, it's not happening right now. I wouldn't expect it. The order flow just does not back that whole theory. We're ticking off, but we're having a really hard time. And it's a red flag if you're trying to sell it. You just got to be really short about it. Take 1 or 2 and get out. It just stinks of a reversal. But it's very good. This type of situation is very good to sit there. And like you said, even for anyone to fine tune the way you look at the market and read order flow, this is just really great. Just looking at the numbers, what's going on, and thinking two-dimensionally, like, oh, they're hitting this with size, this is going to go down. No, that's not how it works. Yeah, it's a bit annoying for me. I mean, like this, like a few guys have said, oh, it's a trade room. Where's the trade? What's happening in there? It's very easy enough. Like I said, it's only been a few weeks, so I have to make a massive adjustment. It's a huge adjustment to even try and run a room when you're been trading full time, and then you suddenly got you're trying to explain a little and educate. There's no point you guys paying a lot of money if I'm not teaching you things. I mean, it's good to watch someone trade, but it's nice to learn actually what they're doing, not like, oh, he bought there, why did he buy there for? Or he's not going to sell here, why isn't he selling here now? So I find it important to push that knowledge across, otherwise there's not much point jumping into a room if you don't understand. Live trading, that comes at times. It may be huge on one day, and then the next day you think, is this guy, what's going on? He put in heaps yesterday, he's not doing anything today. It's just I'm just trading according to market feedback. I'm working my edges as they come along. If they're not there, I don't. So I have other accounts I do things on, but I just use this to teach with Jigsaw. Um, I use this account here just to teach order flow trading, to trade the market, to be actively looking at it, trying to get an edge off it. That's what I use this account for. I don't use this for a living, and it's not necessary for me, but it's also, I have it at the size it is to replicate a retail account, and what you can do with one, applying just the method of understanding how the market works and building it up reasonably, not trying to get greedy or crazy. Like I said, 2-3 years, you can take 10,000 into a reasonable amount, have a bit of a day trading stake where you don't have to rely so much on even going to work full time. Again, accumulation 24. If you can see in terms of this, we're leaking locking. We're leaking locking. It's not fluid, running fluid. It's locking and then just pushing and locking, pushing and locking. You can kind of see order flow is saying that. It's okay, let's ice another price lower then. and let's hit this a little bit more. They're going two ways. They're accumulating, they're hitting, and that's why you're not getting this decent run. Now, if you look underneath here, it's 14. See how it's switched out under? What's this? It's 19s. We're well under here. We've just gone total reverse, but now these are off structure lows. So anyone working shorts may liquidate into these levels. In terms of where they are and how we've been trading, they could also be limits to get in based upon all this buying going on already. Like I said, I'm nutting this out. And now they're gone. So we're 20 minutes out of lunch. We'll just stay on for 20 minutes, like I said, just talking this out, not really doing anything because I just don't, I'm not, even for getting short, trying to move with it, I'm just not getting that good, that vibe with these buyers icing and then decent hitting into the offer too. I'm just getting that two-way, sketchy either way. It's really sketchy. Even shorts, you're only going to get a tick or two. And you kind of, it's almost like the buyers are there. They want it. They're keen on it. It's just, when's it going to stop? See if this is pulled 24s. Do they actually want to sell 24? I don't know. Yeah, good one, Johnny. Yeah, that's true. They pulled 24. Now they're going 23. Just clear this center. See if they pull this. See, that didn't trade. There was 1,000. It didn't trade 1,000. That kind of means that someone doesn't really want to sell 23,000. It's just see. I just feel like someone's working the long side in around here. Which reeks of it. We've got 24. 12 fills the pocket, so we're down here, but we're a bit off the pocket. That was that run up there. If you didn't get me before, that's a pocket. It's just got thin volume. There's nothing in there. It would have been quite thin up through there. That was on Ukraine yesterday. US session, I think it was. Just keep reading this off. The deltas are right there with the buyers. They've been there since 32. We're well off market though. Well off that price, sorry. 32s. Market's well off that. No one hitting the bid. They're working, the buyers are working into this iceberg 24. They're pulling in there. Will they pull this? There's no one really hitting it. Slowed up a bit. If you look at the volume too, always keep your eye on it, and that's why I just do everything. I just do everything naturally, but it's off. It's well off. It kind of, and we all know that once volume peaches out, you get reversals. You can see that you had this move lower. Now we're really off. That signifies reversals. You've only got to line them up and you get those bounces at any point. Just something to keep an eye on. There's some size hitting that in terms of delta. This is what you want to see if you trade reversals. You just don't catch falling knives and stuff. You've got to see very good evidence. They're pulling these. See these guys? They don't want to get filled short 25. It's a lie. In all of this, my opinion, based upon what I was seeing in there, I think guys were just bullying this lower. Guys were over, and they were just passively making the market on this side, getting fills. You saw the numbers over here, and they were also working. They were working the offer of this side too. You're getting that both ways. You get accumulation. We're kind of getting the proof in the pudding right now. It's pretty aggressive move back up. And like I said, I'll just clear that off. It wouldn't, if you can understand what's going on and see what they're doing, even getting long in and around here and just working alongside, even though you're off ticks, you kind of know what these guys are doing. These bigger guys, you kind of know they want to accumulate here. It doesn't matter where it is. It's in the middle of nowhere. You don't know why they're doing it, but you're just reading the order flow. You're trying to nut out what side. If the sellers have the side, and what I mean is by pure control, and they just didn't. The buyers were there. They were on the ice. They were passively getting filled. They were hitting here. They were doing that all the way from 32. I mean, they're off money now, but they could have been working this section for a move back up here. You just don't know. I mean, it's doing nothing on the tickbacks now, so they're icing. These guys pulling. It's just the same guys that were trying to bully this lower so they can get filled. And like I said, if you're getting short, you would have seen that and you would have thought, I need to be very careful right now. What I'm doing is playing with fire, trying to sell this off when I'm seeing clear signs that these buyers are being a bit snaky about trying to get in. Like I said, professionals don't mind taking heat. If they've got the firepower, it doesn't matter. They'll eventually just push the market where they need to, or they'll manage risk out. That's the beauty of having an endless supply of money. We can't trade like that, but what we can do is work out the guys, and we've had a different day today. This is a totally different day. It'd be nice to have a few more days like this so you can bump this edge into your system, because we've had days basically where it pushes in one direction, you see good control, then it washes the highs off. They liquidate on these limits. It's very standard. But today we've had a very different day. And that's what I'm picking up order book naunts. I'm just passing on another edge today of how to look at the market and what I'm seeing. Is there a side they're trying to be a bit snaky about getting into a position? Because if you see light icing and they're letting it tick off and they light ice and then they hit this side heavy a few times, they're kind of trying to work this area without, and just by the sheer fact of them doing that, they're going to prop the market up. They're going to hold the market up. It's doing nothing on the tickbacks, 12, 16. Doesn't seem like that interest there that pushed it through is even, and it could be a lot of this, okay, let's just stop this bullying and get this show on the road. There's no more selling. We got what we needed in, down and around here. They might have worked an average price where they want. And like I said, they'll work averages a little bit. If stuff doesn't work, they won't just bang out. They'll go the other way some more. They're pretty adaptive of how they can but they've got thousands of contracts they can work with. It's not a problem. So the stocks is all the way back to that bottom, 30.55. Getting hit pretty heavy now, the stocks, 55, 57 went heavy. It looks like they're trying to work this through. So if you're trying to buy support, seeing 17.90 through 11.48 go through, need to be a little bit careful. Price confirms. But it's been good today to educationally to watch this on the bund. That's just pure order flow trading. Guys in the prop firms, this is the type of stuff they would be doing. They'd be looking at any manipulation, bullying, gaming. Are they manipulating this side to get long this side? What's the game at the moment? If you can track the game, it's quite easy to take a few ticks here and there. It's not a problem. I mean, you could have been getting long in here and had an average of 24 and just been working the long side based on what you were seeing, provided you just kept seeing that. If you kept seeing the evidence, just keep working some ticks long side, take them off. Obviously, structurally, you're off. It's much better when you get them both going the same way. It's much nicer. But in the end, if I saw something in this that didn't back this, you could still take a trade based on OF, on the order flow. It's not a problem. See what they're doing on this now? They're not really heavy anymore. If you saw before, they were hitting 600s, pretty heavy. The volumes are right off, so we're sort of coming into lunch now. We're 10 minutes out of Frankfurt lunch. The volumes are a little off. Stocks was one tick off the gap fill. It's taken that low off by one tick at 30.55, and then it's just gone higher. So not an easy day to trade today. Just quite rangy and wide. In terms of order flow, not massively clear. You have to read right into it. Just clearing this. I'll do another 10 minutes, guys, and then that'll be lunch. So you can see light stacking 24. Skew is almost 1-1. We've got 1,000 off the lows at 20, and then we've got a few 16, 17s. Still same pattern again, roughly the same pattern as what we've been seeing through here. This light stacking, icing, and decent hitting into the offer, although structurally we keep ticking off slightly. No size. The size has dropped off even. I know some of the size we were doing in the top here was quite heavy, and as we've tracked off lower, and that's what I'm saying too. You're remembering these numbers in the current, comparing the numbers, comparing them from 31. Now, what are they doing? 25s. You're keeping all that in your head, and that's why wandering over to 3 or 4 DOMs at once is almost an impossibility. It cannot be done. You order flow, you just do one. I'm not saying you can't put up a bobble or something else, or have the 5s, the 10s, and the 30s next to each other. That's fine. You can trade the curve, and you might get lean on one in terms of order flow to get in on another. You can use it that way, that's fine, but if you're just trading outright and you're doing what we do right now, it's very hard to do too many. I mean, you take your eye off for 5 seconds and you can miss stacking, pulling on any side and then a shift in the skew. That's how much you can. And this is what I'm saying, you spend 90% of your time here and 5% here, and then the other few percent on these guys. You're just having a quick look, 1 second over. So this in here, it's a cheeky long. It's not too bad. You have to be, you realise you got negative tilt, so you have to be probably cashing in 2s and 3s at the most. You can go for a runner, but it's got long side to it. It's got reversal to it in here. It had it the whole lot. Had it the whole time. I mean, from this leg 32, 22, it's done 10, but that whole leg I felt was buyers accumulating in here, accumulation of longs. It felt like that. Could have also, I mean, at the same time you can get selling and guys liquidating too. But just the price, it didn't want to extend. You'd expect a decent extension off here. It didn't. It went a tick and then it went to the high. Then it come down just below this lockup and locked up again. And then it starts to lock up again. It kind of doesn't want to run off. And the numbers are backing that, like I said. That's the reason why it's not running off, because the buyers are accumulating in here. They're passively sitting and they're also hitting market. The sellers are waning off too. They're just not willing to hit it with size anymore on the tick backs. 24s, 3s, did 24.32. You can see we're getting that move out a little bit with the numbers and structure. So I'm going to sign off, guys. Appreciate you sitting in. Like I said, not much action, but very, in terms of reading order flow, very educational. So I'll have the bund up tomorrow. Maybe I'll have a look at the stocks. Maybe we trade either stocks, ES at the same time, whatever. We'll just see how we go, but lock this into your memory bank. It's just a good thing to see. We had that different. We hadn't had that much before. We had just the standard control and then liquidating. We had good manipulation today, and we saw the longs here working, trying to get in long side. So it was good today educationally, but not many trades taken. But all through the start of the session, I just did not like what I was seeing in terms of how I was getting very mixed signals, and I wasn't willing. I know how that goes. You jump in, suddenly it reverses, or you get out based on something, and you're getting false reads all the time. It's very frustrating. So it's just not worth trading. Just trade the clean days. Trade those edges where you can absolutely see something opening up and it's obvious. That happens all the time. Okay, guys. It's a pleasure. Just keep working on it. Keep using these things. It's raw. It's the raw market. You can't run the market down any further than what you have right now. That is the market. This will be reality. If you get good at trading reality, then you'll make money. I can promise you that much, and it'll always work. So no worries, Hans. Take care. Tuesday next week. To run through here to open the market up. Thanks, Johnny. Yeah, I think that's what may loosen it up. Anyway, I'll see the rest of you guys tomorrow, same time, about 1:45. The webinar will start. We are using some of these webinars for educationals too, so you're afraid if you missed out on a few things, but some of these things now, I'm glad these things are happening. We can get those in the videos, and you're seeing something different. You're seeing a different order flow pattern, so it's really good. Anyway, guys, sign off, and I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Thanks for all the thank yous too. It's good, and thanks for the questions. If you have any questions, just email them through. You know the email. Catch you guys. Bye.